got a show for you, folks. Oh, man, it's a heavy one. I hope you guys are ready for it, because I don't know if I am, folks. They seem to be making babies. They are making babies. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? It's a wild world out there, and we are about to dive in. So please consider liking and subscribing, because we are going deep, folks. It is conspiracy night, and we are going to bring the heat. So thank you so much for joining us. We are clipvirgin. We do commentary, satirical analysis through the paralysis of the unseen forces. And we like to make fun of comedians, basically. It's a lot of fun. There's a whole ecosystem out there, and we're tapping into it. A little late to the game, but still, I'm a late bloomer, folks. Okay, now we got a hot one, folks, and we've had some doozies. Okay, we've had some doozies, and we've had an absolute blast. So thank you, chat and the community. This is a lot of fun, and we've got a whole lot in store. All right, I'm starting to get into editing mode now, and I'm gonna make all sorts of music videos that people won't be able to comprehend. But please stop with the music videos. You are not a music video director. Study the art before you attempt anything. No, please be naive and have a lot of fun. But here we are with Conspiracy Night. It's a weekend, and we need to have a little fun by learning some really crazy stuff out there. Okay, so apparently Epstein is making AI baby farms, and it seems that one of the first movies ever made was about babies growing in a garden. Okay, oh, that 1800s era. I think they put a 1 in front of that year. What do you guys think about that, huh? You actually think that it was 1800, or was it just 800? Oh, man. That's how deep we are. And we got a few others. So please subscribe if you like this sort of thing. I'm trying to get to those Godfather goals. All right, 500 by spring, 1,000 by the summer. It's, people say it can't be done, but I know through the power of logos, we can achieve these far-reaching dreams, the Hail Marys. But let's take a look at Mind Unraveled. He has been doing some, this channel has been doing such a great job, and it has placed himself or herself in our conspiracy night. If you are on this screen, you are doing something right. So thank you for these people that are doing the heavy work, so that we can expound on their ideas and stand on these pillars. So let's just jump right in.
A European private bank, Valley's most connected.
Oh, all right. Already talking about Silicon Valley. Oh man, imagine all the stuff that happens in Silicon Valley. All right, just down the road from where my bunker is, and they developing intelligence out of silicon. Now they're cloning, and I mean, you guys seen that really strange presentation that they did years ago, when all of a sudden there was a bunch of faces on the wall. I was just like, hey, excuse me, what? And now you see that in Ex Machina in the hallways, and you see that in a whole other slew of films of these masks Everything's masks now. You know, Jim Carrey has got to go through these elaborate shenanigans to promote what could look like could be a sequel. Okay, really? Doing all that for a sequel? Nothing original. Okay. Well, the thing is, the material. There's nothing original about the material, so the means to promote it then has to be absolutely insane. So it's all about the marketing and all that. Same thing with that Pink movie, whatever, that Barbie thing, and the combination of that and Oppenheimer was disgusting, absolutely repellent. And it's completely disassociated from the actual art itself, and it's all this new PR kind of marketing thing that's replacing all the advertising that used to be on network television. Now they're just applying it directly to us. So now look at this. I'm not your personal incubator. Okay. So they've got incubators. They've got people who are breeders. Almost like they get them when they're young, and then keep them captive, and then they just become breeders when they're of age, I guess. Now, imagine them cloning someone to then be that. And you know, how many designer babies does Jolie have? Angelina. But here we are. Yeah, and Barbie was a super weird movie. Clearly, this matriarchal ideal, and it didn't work. It didn't work. We're not buying it. Just men want to go out and hunt. Women want to nest, have a community. And they're trying to flip the roles and do all that. Everything's all inversed. Now, there's always, you can always do whatever you like, folks, okay? But they are trying to determine what it is that you like. And that determine the things that you should fight for. So, I've got a list of things I fight for, okay? I don't need the government to be telling me what I need to start campaigning for. Okay, you see people put things in put the next thing that in their signs in their yards and in their windows. Okay, that's just Mockingbird. That's the Project Mockingbird. So everyone's captive. Everyone's captive. I'm captive. I cocooned, okay? I'm in my own prison of my mind. But I will never be an incubator. I might be an incubus. I should wonder, return on it, return with a stranger. Out of night, there's a the way you used to do. She called you warning. Oh no, that's what warning song. She knew her life had passed her by. She called out a warning, warning. She knew that her life had passed her by. Alright, go on. Good old Incubus. Ah, man, you guys are just a bunch of plants. Industry plants. You Harvard wannabes. Making melodies on your free time. Along with Rage Against the Machine. Were you hanging out with Tom Morello? Back when he was sassy? You ain't hiding the gay, Tom Morello. Okay? You know, that's about as wild as Marshawn Lynch here. Okay.
Okay. Well, what can I do now? Why should we go home? We're here. We're queer. We're drunk. We got all the weed.
Slow down.
The chicks are here. They need to make a
no,
living. They need to make a living.
No.
You know you'd want to stay.
Fuck no.
Everybody.
We been gone. But the queer, what's that mean?
Yeah. No. So what you really raging against, Tom? Huh? Your own nature? Gays on parade! Gays on. Alright. No, we have at it. Do all that stuff. I don't care, but why hide it? They're all like, So that's boomer shit. Okay. People think that gay is funny or that you need to be in the closet and stuff. That's old boomer shit. Now the black male has gone insane. It's all snuff. Okay? I can't even say that stuff. But, thought I had another one here. Oh. I had another one, but I lost that tab. All right, here we are, folks. Thanks for hanging out. I feel pretty talkative. So, all those who want me to get to the video, need I remind you, whose show this is? No, this is your show. I am just the gesture. So, thank you for hanging out.
Quote, I'm not your personal.
Oh, not your personal. Okay, let's start from the beginning. There's gonna be a lot of info on this one. Mine Unveiled did a lot of heavy lifting. So make sure you take a look at his stuff and support these the source content. Now, because I'm seeing this for the first time, we get to see this first-handed. Okay, so this is not secondhand content for you guys. I very much like first-hand experience and source material. I can barely watch those compilation comedy channels. Well, for this kind of stuff, I can maybe watch it on my own, but I still haven't for a while. And we are the ones that are creating the headlines. And with the conspiracy nights, then we get to expound on these ideas. So revolutionizing the entertainment industry.
For the past 2 weeks, there have been some major updates to the files. It's actually starting to get crazy.
Yes.
People were telling me that I have to make...
And people are freaking out in the airport. Like, how are you guys just standing here? They're eating babies.
A European private bank in...
Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess, we're looking for you. We gon' find you, we gon' find you, so you can run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell that. Homeboy, homeboy. We got your t-shirts and the left fingerprints and all. You are so dumb, you are really dumb, for real.
The man got away, leaving behind evidence.
I was attacked by some idiot in the project. So dumb, so dumb, so dumb, so. He's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess, we're looking for you. We gon' find you, we gon' find you, so you can run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell that. Homeboy, homeboy.
You know what I'm saying, folks? You know what I'm saying? Time is up. Time is up. Okay? They be making storms to deter your attention. Justice. We are looking for justice. So here we are.
For the past 2 weeks, there have been some major updates to the files. It's actually starting to get crazy. People were telling me that I have to make a video on this, and while I typically stray away from recent events, something just told me that I should look into this. Now I realize why. This may be the biggest video I've ever made. I just spent the last week developing a research tool that would allow me to search with my own terms through 44,000 of those documents. But I took a completely different approach.
Oh, you saying, Lulu, you saying that you've been calling out a warning sign? Said that was Sing Your Life? Or was that the Gays on the Parade one? You had a bit of a warning sign that you tried to alert people to? Love to hear it.
I wasn't looking for names or occult terms. I was looking for what he was building. And what I found changes the entire story.
Oh, great. Well, you're not going to show your face, but my face is on this video? Hey, I didn't make this video, okay? I'm just dancing to the beat, to the rhythm of the city. It's a revolution.
Tucker Carlson had Ian Carroll on his show this week to go through the Epstein files. 2 hours. They covered the trafficking, they covered the intelligence connections, they covered the financial web. And then Tucker said something that stopped me.
I suspect that the DOJ was not very interested in making them very accessible, as noted by them not giving us zip downloads to even download them with this time. So trying to make them more accessible for myself and others.
I suggest a thread, for a younger, more energetic man to follow up on?
Absolutely.
And that's Epstein's fixation on genetics and biotechnology.
Yeah.
And it's very clear to me, well, much is not clear to me at all, and I don't understand this category very well. I'm not a scientist, a geneticist, but I have noticed, not just with Epstein, but with a bunch of people in Epstein's orbit, there is a fixation on genetics and changing genetics and improving people and cloning and
on
really kind
eugenics.
of tampering with the material of life in a way that someone who believed he was God would, or someone who's involved in the supernatural would. I mean, there's really heavy stuff here, and that really, really matters. And I have not seen anybody go into that in a methodical way.
He's right. Nobody has. Until now. Here's a story everyone has. Epstein told scientists he wanted to seed the human race with his DNA. He had a ranch in New Mexico where the plan was to impregnate 20 women at a time. George Church, Harvard's top CRISPR gene editing pioneer, had regular documented meetings with him.
Jeez.
A victim wrote in her own words, quote, "I'm not your personal incubator." In 30 23andMe DNA kits were shipped to Dubai for a Middle Eastern royal. And that's where every outlet stopped. The victim diary got picked up by the tabloids, the 23andMe kits got a couple paragraphs in SFgate, and then everyone moved on to the next celebrity name. Everyone is asking who was in Epstein's circle, but nobody's asking what he was building. When you read these documents, the actual EFTA files, not the headlines, a pattern emerges. Shell companies declaring DNA analysis as their business activity. $50,000 wired to an artificial intelligence institute. A male fertility specialist getting haircuts at the residence. Then there are these meetings called designer babies, 6 days before meetings with the egg people. A woman flown from Manchester, England.
And you got the egg people. All right, now that was in the... See if we can pull it up. So 2005. This is the KFC commercial, 2005. Believe in the chicken. Man, I think it sounds good in headphones. Now watch, they go under it. Right here, they go under it. That's the initiation. You got to go under. You got to go through it. All right. Now, what do we know about chicken? All right, chicken is a term, along with pizza. And it's a term for human flesh. And they're just showing you. Just showing you. Now, see if we can. Let's pull up the other one. Now, you guys remember we looked at this commercial. Adult Swim pre-birth. So, again, not what I'm into. Not what I'm into. You know, what happened to Americana? The old rolling the hills and the pasture, and one day we're going to, America was under attack. Now like this nice Americana thing. Something's happening, folks, and I want no part of that. I need to see picnic tables and draped with the red checkered tablecloth, and yeah. Big old chicken. Not a chicken, folks. But they'd be doing something. They'd be doing something to that food, apparently. Oh, sorry. Let's get out of this here. Let's bring it back.
A European private bank and Silicon Valley's most connected venture capitalist. In his cover story for all of it, DNA analysis.
Is this where we left off?
Haircuts at the residence. Then there are these meetings called designer babies.
There we go.
6 days before meetings with the egg people.
All right, so
a woman flown from.
So the egg people, that's what I showed you the KFC commercial. So they had the big egg. Okay. There's some kind of ritual thing. They're trying to create humans. Okay. Trying to create synthetic robots with with the liquid software kind of technology, the plasma tech.
Flown from Manchester, England, and referred to a fertility clinic. This seems to be an operation. Infrastructure, funding, scientists, and victims who knew.
Check out MeTV.
So let's just go through the documents. This is a Deutsche Bank Know Your Customer form for a company called Southern Trust Company Incorporated, registered in the U.S. Virgin Islands, sole owner and president, Jeffrey E. Epstein. DNA analysis. That's what Epstein told his bank that his company does. Expected quarterly revenue, $12.5 million. Annual income, $10 million. So, I went looking for what Southern Trust actually did. Nothing. No lab, no research, no scientist on payroll. The actual operations were pure investment management. Venezuelan government bonds, derivatives, Epstein's personal salary. The company was originally called Financial Informatics Incorporated. DNA analysis was a fiction, a qualifying business activity for USVI tax incentives. Now follow the money. The Cook Foundation, that's one of Epstein's nonprofits, wires $50,000 to the Singularity Institute for Artificial Intelligence. That's now called MIRI.
$50,000 club, huh? So it's the bounty. You gotta, if you say these certain things in your broadcast, you can earn $50,000. Oh, just know, folks, once I shave, then you know that I've been compromised. Okay? If you see me without my beard, just know that's a doppelganger. Okay? That's a look-alike. They're trying to clone clipvirgin. You ain't never gonna get me. You might have gotten Tyrone. They cloned Tyrone. Okay? You ain't gonna get me. So just know this. I will never be on Livestream without my fake beard. I mean, without shaved beard. Just kidding.
The organization dedicated to building artificial general intelligence, EFTA 01500847. Nobody has ever reported this wire. 20,000 to the Worldwide Transhumanist Association. 100,000 to Ben Goertzel, one of the leading AGI researchers on the planet. A 200,000 invoice for Joseph Thackeray, a researcher George Church introduced to Epstein who was editing his own stem cells with CRISPR. $6.5 million to Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics.
So do you think that the CRISPR, I mean, for sure, I would say mRNA technology, but do you think maybe CRISPR might have been developed because of this? Like for this? Was this a brainchild of Epstein and the like? Because we might think they developed this technology, or this gene editing developed, and then they tried to then, once they heard about it, they're like, oh, maybe we can capitalize on that discovery. But the way that it seemed that everything was being done, it definitely had a eugenics aspect to it. So there was this greater idea of what they're trying to accomplish. It wasn't just it wasn't just about the abuse of the children. That was just a that was just I didn't know how to even categorize that without sounding absolutely awful. So as horrendous as all that is, I don't think that was the main focus. I think the main focus is that they're creating a certain type of a product, and there's even stories of Ghislaine bringing in a bunch of people from bunch of Scandinavian fellas in there. Mix it in with a little bit of the what do they call it? The Ashkenazi, or you got yourself a watch out. Okay. I mean, basically a clavicle. He's so you get a clone baby like Clav, and they start busting their face up because they're trying to find their point of origin. You don't need to be maxing when you're grounded. Have you heard of the book the headmaster of Dalton wrote? Mm-mm. Oh, the book that the headmaster wrote? Oh, the book that the head... Okay, gotcha. I read that wrong. Have I heard of the book that the headmaster of Dalton wrote? Donald Barr? Let me see here. All right, well, yeah, let me know if that. Yeah, let me know. So yeah, I mean, space relations. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, so there's just, they might have created these technologies to advance their research that they're doing, and I'm sure all the different facets of government were aware, and it was a way to advance science. And I suppose, especially since other countries might not be as regulated as we are in relation to cloning, who knows the kind of things that they're coming up with. Just let me know when we get eagle wings, okay? Or more like a I'll sign up for that one. I'll sign up for some wings. Please don't be a wing demon. You try to be angelic, and then you start harmonizing the wrong frequency. Watch out, Kurt Metzger.
Dynamics, genetics, artificial intelligence, transhumanism, life extension, CRISPR gene editing. He funded all of it. And that's just the science side. So I kept digging. A master transaction ledger, 21 transactions from 2013 through 2018. Leon Black, the head of Apollo Management, one of the largest private equity funds on Earth, sends over $120 million through Epstein's Southern Trust Company. That money routes to Edmond de Rothschild Bank in Geneva. $10 million goes directly to Benjamin Edmond de Rothschild personally, and in the same ledger, Southern Trust is investing in Peter Thiel's Valor Venture Funds. Epstein was the financial intermediary routing $167 million between one of Wall Street's largest PE funds, a European private bank, and Silicon Valley's most connected venture capitalist. In his cover story for all of it, DNA analysis. Then there's this, a complete investor pitch deck from a scientist.
Southern Trust Company, a Virgin Islands, clipvirgin. Watch out. We're everywhere, folks. Kurt Metzger won't even say the name because it reminds him of us. We got a Thiel in the house. The reptile. Business owned by Jeffrey Epstein disclosed in a local filing that was engaged in DNA analysis. I ain't one of them script readers, but every time I just that's our name. Okay, here we are.
Then there's this. A complete investor pitch deck from a San Francisco biotech venture
This is impressive.
Descartes.
Hey, I just want to say, Mind Unveiled, very impressive. Again, make sure you go over there and give this a like, subscribe to his channel. He's doing a lot of great work.
Heart Capital, found in Epstein's seized files. The fund explicitly targets Russian oligarch money. Their portfolio is gene therapy using engineered viruses, transgenic chicken bioreactors.
Chicken?
Meaning.
Let's take a look at that again.
Viruses.
Oh my God. They're obsessed with the chicken. Must be because there's an egg. But you know, chicken flu, chicken pox, chicken AIDS. Why?
Transgenic chicken bioreactor.
Trying to see that one.
Using engineered viruses. Transgenic chicken.
Oh, okay. So products deposited in eggs. So they do. So they're reusing the eggs? Or are they saying that that's what these? Okay, so egg white proteins. Okay, liver, B cells, antibodies. Okay, so they're saying that this is what the egg's comprised of already. But why the obsession with eggs? Maybe the chicken is something that they created. That's why it's always the chicken or the egg. Maybe that was something that was created in a lab.
Chicken bioreactors, meaning they insert human genes into.
Oh, they do. Wait, are they saying they're going to? Is he going to say that they're going to insert human genes into the eggs?
Transgenic chicken bioreactors, meaning they insert human genes into animal germ cells. Cancer immunotherapy.
What's with that flashing?
A Princeton molecular biology professor is on the advisory board. Descartes.
Ain't no way in hell I'm reading all that. Just letting you. Ain't no way in hell I'm reading all that. I'll read a headline, but you don't even want it. Okay, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read every single word of it. No, please. I'm not one of them cold readers. Okay, I can't just read in front of people. I read in the mind. Okay, I can read all day and read everything in my mind, but once I speak it out, it gets all mixed up. But I speak from the mind. I'm not one of them brainiacs. Okay, I shut my brain down. I silence my brain so I can speak from my mind. But please stop speaking from your mind. Be grounded, folks, and learn something. Everything can't just be on a whim. Okay. Stop getting into the flow state. Gotta get some work done. Quit traveling in your mind. But man, the English language just locks me in. So they are putting human genetics, human tissue, growing it in eggs? All right.
Human genes into animal germ cells.
Human genes. Okay.
Cancer immunotherapy. A Princeton molecular biology professor is on the advisory board.
He's doing that. He's going fast.
Descartes Capital returns 0 results connected to Epstein anywhere. No news article.
What's it flashing?
No Reddit thread. Nothing on YouTube.
Trying to take pictures of me.
And then there's BioLibi LLC. I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced. But essentially, Christina Galbraith previously worked for Epstein's foundation. By January 2019, she'd become the director of genetic therapies at a company called BioLibi. It might be pronounced BioLab, but again, I'm not sure.
It's okay.
She published on genetic vectors. And she asked to keep using the foundation's Lexington Avenue office space. BioLab LLC returns 0 results on the open web. A genetics company that doesn't exist publicly, run by an Epstein Foundation employee working on genetic vectors out of his office? EFTA 02278036. Now this one should make you stop. In Epstein's files, there are investment research documents about Editas Medicine, a CRISPR gene editing company. Standard financial analysis. But look at what's in it. These are the only documents in 44,000 files that contain the word germline.
So, have called for a moratorium on using CRISPR-Cas9 to edit the human genome, germline, making changes to sperm, eggs, and embryos that would then be passed along for future generations, folks. You see, they're trying to change the human gene. For what? So you can be trans? They want you trans. They want your kids trans. Okay, if you want to make it in Hollywood, if you want to, that Faustian bargain, you got to give you a child. Sacrifice your child. They be turning on my speakers.
The only documents in 44,000 files that contain the word germline. That means editing DNA that gets passed down to future generations.
How? So if they can introduce this CRISPR technology into the body somehow, then your children will have this mutation. Now, how could they inject this into the human body? How would they do this? And why would people just sign up for this? We must make it so that they want this. That they would die without it. Oh, okay. So, if you take a look, they talk about the pandemic and creating a situation where they'll pass along the means to cure it. And apparently, I read an article about this, okay? But apparently Epstein put his DNA into the JAB. Allegedly, okay? That's an article that I saw. Now, they're already talking about, in this one, talking about him impregnating 20 people or something just to get his, seed or whatever. But these are, he treated them as incubators to create these designer babies. Now, that sounds like someone else. That sounds a little bit like Elon Musk. He has children all over, from this, that, and the other, and then, just have a little bit of this and add a little bit of this, and you get yourself a little genius. And then they're paid for their service. Old Grimes, she's jumping around, and she's a fairy. Okay? She's a witch. So they're doing all sorts of things. She's got the whole stuff on her. The tattoos, when you align them correctly, they open up portals. So she's trying to usher in this new type of transhuman. And wasn't she the one that tweeted this like stone etched thing that basically was predicting the future? And they said World War III would happen after because it had a symbol of a virus with a needle or something. And then the next thing was World War III. Now that's all you hear in the news. All you hear in the news now is World War III, nuclear, this. There's aliens. There's UAPs. But what's CERN up to? Why haven't I heard from Jamie Foxx in a while? These are the questions that the public needs to know. All right, here we go.
Heritable genetic modification.
Roscoe Rokos Basilisk? Haven't heard of.
Gene editing
Check
research
it out.
about permanently modifying human embryos sitting in the seized evidence of a convicted sex trafficker. Ask yourself why that was in his files. One more. A file called traits and
that's how they met?
appearance.xls. An Excel spreadsheet about human traits and physical appearance created by Curtis Marine, a researcher at Arizona State University's Institute of Human Origins, for a workshop called Human Uniqueness and Behavior Modernity. It was forwarded through the physicist Lawrence Krauss to Epstein. Then, Epstein forwarded it to Jess Staley, head of JP Morgan's investment bank. And he added a line, "Your daughter is also invited too." Okay, hold up. A spreadsheet cataloging human traits and appearance forwarded it to one of Wall Street's most powerful bankers with an invitation that included his daughter. Let's
1 second, folks. Let me make a quick edit here. For whatever reason, anytime I switch to a different desktop or screen, it blacks out my screen. Never used to, but now it does. So
let's continue.
Okay, thank you.
If you're going to run a genetics program, you need access to a genetics lab.
Oh.
Epstein didn't just fund Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics. He had his own key card. September.
Much like Bill Gates did with the computer room at where did you Stanford? Where did you go to school? And I remember reading something along the lines where he was going there when he was still in high school, and he had access to one of the few computers that was available. So he was learning how to code and do the punch hole thing with the paper cards, and him and Steve Jobs were in a race. Now, who knows what happened to them and how they got that kind of access and who they were working for. And how did Stephen Hawkins get all crippled? I bet he knew something. I bet he knew something. Trying to silence him. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe Stephen Hawking is just fine, but yeah. Something happened, folks. Something happened. So
September 2017, Mei Huang, a PhD staff member, emails Epstein's assistant. The card reader system at Martin Novak's Institute had been changed. She needed an address to mail Jeffrey a new access card. So they mailed it to his home, 9 East 71st Street, New York. When the system changed again, instructions were sent for how to get to the 6th floor. That means Epstein had permanent, unsupervised building access to Harvard's Genetics Research Institute. And when the locks changed, staff sent him new keys. And he used that access. In the files, I found complete schedules for day-long private meetings at Harvard. Back-to-back, all in one building, with some very important people. May 6th, 2018, 10:15 a.m., Martin Novak, the head of the program for evolutionary dynamics, 11:30 to 3, Joy Ito and a group from MIT including Caleb Harper from Open Agriculture, 3 p.m., Yo Shabak, the AI and consciousness researcher, 4 p.m., Leonid Peshkin. Okay, so this Peshkin guy, Harvard researcher in developmental biology and single-cell genomics, embryonic development, Epstein asked for him by name. Nobody has ever reported on Leonid Peshkin's involvement. And then dinner at 6 with Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary of the United States, at Martin Novak's Institute. Why? 5 months later, October 15th, same pattern. Novak at 11:30, then at 12:30, Kamila Naxarova, Massachusetts General Hospital, Harvard Medical School, cancer genetics, studies tumor evolution at the single-cell level. Nobody has reported on her either. 2 p.m., John de la Parra from MIT Open Agriculture. 3:30, Yo Shabak again. 5:30, snacks with Larry Summers. 7 p.m., dinner with Joy Ito. The same people. Genetics, AI, consciousness, former Treasury Secretary. One building, one day, organized by a convicted sex offender with his own key card. If you're running a reproductive operation, you need a doctor. Meet Harry Fish. Harry Fish is one of America's leading urologists. His specialty is male reproductive health, sperm quality, fertility optimization, testosterone. He has 606 appearances in the Epstein documents.
Gross. That
20.
That just testosterone. Okay, that is. Okay, that's male aggression. That's toxic masculinity. Get that out of here.
$800 in urology invoices. Home visits at Epstein's residence on the same day the calendar reads 10 Harry Fish, 11:30 Leon, 2:30 Deepak, 3:30 Woody. That's Leon Black, Deepak Chopra, Woody Allen. But Fish wasn't just his doctor. It would seem he was inner circle. They had lunch at the 2nd Avenue Deli where Fish sent him a Wall Street Journal article about female Viagra. Fish got haircuts from Epstein's personal barber at the residence. He attended a Woody Allen movie screening alongside Karina Shiliak. And for Christmas, Epstein sent him an Apple Watch. And then a reminder call in May 2019, 6 weeks before Epstein's arrest. So it would seem he was inner circle, and Fish, his specialty, is the exact thing you would need for a reproductive operation. And Fish wasn't the only one. In September 2018, Epstein saw a second urologist, Darius Paduch, Cornell Medical. And Monday the 24th, he sees Fish. Wednesday the 26th, he sees Padoosh. Padoosh's staff asked for the reason for the visit, but Epstein's office never answered. There's a note in the files that says, "Ask Dr. Fish." That's a cross-referral between the two urologists, with Epstein's office controlling the information. A few days later, Epstein's staff is frantically chasing blood test results. October 2nd through 4th, 3 days of calls trying to get results from Padooch's office. Keep in mind that Darius Padooch has since been convicted of sexually abusing his patients, including minors. Nobody has ever connected these two stories. Epstein's reproductive medicine specialist and his convicted abuser urologist seeing the same patient in the same week, cross-referring through Epstein's office. August 2018. Watch how fast this moves. August 2nd. A meeting called Designer Babies. Brian Bishop,
There it is.
biohacker, CRISPR advocate. The meeting uses a pre-existing video room. The URL is Tax Master Genetics. That name already existed. That means these discussions had been happening. 3 days later, August 5th, Bishop puts the pitch in writing. The subject line is Designer Babies. And his goal, in his own words,
All right. Attaches the doc you requested. It's the use of funds spreadsheet for the Designer Baby and Human Cloning Company. Wow. Wow. This gets us out of our self-funded garage biology. Wow. Garage. Phase. Okay. Oh my God. So that like the beginning, like little experimental phase to the first live birth of a human designer baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. 2018. So once we reach the first birth, everything changes and the world will never be the same again, much less the future of the human species. Wow. Imagine writing that and just be like, it'll never be the same again. Okay, you're in that kind of mind state. You know, you can be in the creative flow state and really just think things are happening. Now imagine you're part of this team that is going to change the human genome. The thing that apparently has taken thousands of years to evolve to, or thousands of years that has existed after it was created. Okay, however you believe, but they're trying to change humans.
the first live birth of a human designer baby and possibly a human clone within 5 years. The budget was $1.7 million a year for up to 5 years, plus $1 million for lab setup. The plan was transgenic mice first, then human volunteers. And the intended outcome? The first human with transgenic sperm, and we begin taking pre-orders. Pre-orders?
Wow.
For genetically modified humans.
All right, there it is. Okay, so people, even Baby Keem is rapping about this. Okay, saying that he had to go and check out his twin because the other one quit on him. see if I can find that quote here. Oh my God. It's here. Well, they rap about it, folks. Okay.
Epstein's response? I have no issues with investing. The problem is only if I am seen to lead. So he wanted in, he just didn't want his name on it. And Bishop knew that. In the same thread he writes, anonymity requirements about babies. We can't publicly identify whose these are or their parents or benefactors. It would brand the child as, essentially, and sadly, a freak for life in the media. He then offers to run the whole thing under his own project so Epstein has, his words, a sufficient level of deniability. There it is. By August 13th, Bishop sent a follow-up. He was already running experiments. Quote, proceeding with more mouse testing at my Ukraine lab. Surgeries, microinjection. The lab was at the Institute of Gerontology at Ukraine's Academy of Medical Sciences in Kiev. A real lab with real experiments. Real animals being cut open and injected with modified genetic material. This is starting to look like a cloning program and a billionaire funder who wanted to stay invisible. August 8th. David Mitchell, Epstein's fixer, sends an email. Jeffrey wanted to set up a meeting with the egg people. And the staff replies, ha, egg people. August 9th, 7:30 a.m. The egg people meeting happens at 9 East 71st Street. By 11, Brad Clark is there, one of the top litigation lawyers in the country. By 1:15, lunch with Leon Black. August 20th, a woman is flown from Manchester, England to New York. September 9th, Epstein personally directs his staff. Find her a gynecologist in Manchester. September 2018, staff recommends Manchester Fertility Clinic. Okay, so 6 days between a designer babies meeting and an egg people meeting, 11 days later, a woman flown internationally and referred to a fertility clinic. Nobody has reported on the egg people term, not even a single news article. Now we go international. So CNBC just ran a piece on Epstein's Silicon Valley connections. They confirmed Anne Wojcicki, the founder of 23andMe, was connected to Epstein. A victim alleged that she met Wojcicki on Epstein's island. CNBC reported that and moved on. But they didn't mention this. That's Epstein's own email, misspellings and all. Rashid Epstein. A fake identity created to register a DNA kit for Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. His assistant, Leslie Groff, follows up. We can register a kit for you as Rashid Epstein. The kits go to JFK Terminal 4, Door 5, onto Emirates Flight 202 to Dubai. When 23andMe invalidates them for geographic restrictions, Sultan proposes a workaround. Collect the DNA in Dubai, mail the samples to New York. This seems to be a covert DNA collection operation using a fraudulent identity run through household staff for Middle Eastern royalty? And here's what ties it all together. March 2014, John Brockman, who runs the Edge Foundation, sends out invitations for a dinner in Vancouver. The guest list: Jeff Bezos, Sergey Brin, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Larry Page, and the two names that matter for this story, Jeffrey Epstein and Anne Wojcicki. Anne Wojcicki, the founder of 23andMe, the same company whose DNA kits Epstein registered under a fake name and shipped to Dubai royalty.
Wow.
CNBC had access to the same documents I did. They confirmed Wojcicki was connected to Epstein, and they left all of this on the table. Read the article. Every name gets the same treatment. Thiel, legal and legitimate purposes. Hoffman, philanthropic purposes. Gates, absolutely absurd and completely false. Brin, drop all of this on the table. Read the article.
Look at Peter
Every
Thiel.
name gets the same treatment. Thiel, legal and legitimate purposes.
He looks different.
Hoffman.
I mean, maybe this, maybe this was a few years back, but he, maybe he's already escaped and people are just talking to his doppelganger, his look-alike. Because this looks like a human, but Peter Thiel does not look human. The one that's out there now. See, that doesn't really look like this. Like, this doesn't look like this. Unless this might be AI, but see, this is not so much this. See this right here. So, in my opinion, there's two distinctions. You know, that there's this guy. Let me and don't look the same to me. Then when he was on Rogan, it looked even more strange. Freshly dyed hair. I mean, that's like, so yeah. Was Peter Thiel an FBI informant? Ooh.
Hoffman. Philanthropic purposes. Gates. Absolutely absurd and completely false. Brin. No comment.
Apparently, the algorithm does not push these conspiracy nights. Okay, this is the niche I've been talking to you guys about. Okay, we gotta cast these wide nets, and then on occasion we do these niche nights, and this is for the diehards of the CV revolt. But this is a little bit of a way for me to feed my soul, although this is very, messed up and very dark subject matter, I like to watch these with you guys and get a sense of where things are. I know exactly where they are. In the pit of hell.
The article mentions zero genetics, zero DNA, zero reproductive programs, zero CRISPR. The words baby, fertility, and gene don't appear once. That's not journalism. That's damage control for Silicon Valley.
Yep.
They
PR.
wrote the version of the story that protects the people in it.
Well, now imagine those people owning. Yeah, they seem to own media, own the news, own entertainment. They own technology. Hope you guys know how to farm. Hope you guys know how to farm. It's gonna be an old land grab.
Now, Bill Gates.
Oh man.
3 days ago, the Wall Street Journal published an article called How Epstein Inserted Himself in a Split Between Bill Gates and a Top Gates Advisor.
And then Gates, even RFK Jr. said that chemtrails are real and they're doing stuff to mitigate it. And certain states have opted out of it. And people are wanting to hold Gates and these companies accountable for what they've done to our sky. They're trying to, there's articles with Bill Gates trying to dim the sun, like he's some kind of vampire or something. Well, come to find out, they are. They are vampires. Okay? One of the things that vampires cannot do is be out in the sun. So they're dimming the sun. Like in the movies. Epstein files reveal that maybe drinking blood, eating babies, and dimming the sun. But yet people are wanting to keep illegal criminals from other countries in our country. So they'll protest that, but they won't protest. They won't blow the whistle. They'll blow the whistle in ICE's face, but they won't blow the whistle about what's going on in the Epstein files. How the world is not out marching right now is, I can't believe it. You know why? You know why, folks? You know why people are not out marching? Okay? While they're not protesting to see these people in prison. It's because the news hasn't told them to do that yet. Or at all. Because Instagram and TikTok hasn't told them that it's time to fight for this cause now. Bunch of sheep folk. Just wanting to be steered. It's sick. Yep. If I see Jimmy Kimmel cry again, I swear to God.
They reported that in 2013, Epstein jumped into negotiations between Gates and his science advisor, Boris Nikolic. That Epstein wrote fake resignation letters to himself as leverage, that he dangled allegations about Gates' extramarital affairs, and that Gates himself said, quote, Jeffrey was quite helpful. Without him, it would have been harder, end quote. So what is the Wall Street Journal's angle here? While sure, they are going deep by revealing this, but it seems like their angle is Epstein was a manipulator who exploited a business split. And that's true, but that's where they stopped. They never asked the obvious question. Why would a convicted sex trafficker care about a biotech fund separation? Everyone knows Gates and Epstein met, but nobody really knows why. Look at this document. A draft separation agreement between Boris Nikolic and Bill Gates. Nikolic was Gates' science advisor, one of his closest. The agreement says they won't disparage each other, they'll keep it confidential, employment ends January 1st, 2014. But this document was sent to Jeffrey Epstein for input. A confidential employment separation between Bill Gates and his science advisor? And Epstein was the one being consulted? Why? Nikolic emailed Epstein directly about the terms. In addition to changing date to the end of January, the last point needed total change, re-helping me find a job. He was negotiating his exit from Bill Gates through Jeffrey Epstein. Boris Nikolic was later named in Epstein's will as alternate executor. 124
Whoa.
documents connect them in the corpus.
Wow.
Epstein wasn't just socially connected to Gates. He was brokering confidential employment separations for Gates' closest science advisors. Nikolic is the bridge figure. Everything I've shown you so far is infrastructure. Shell companies, wire transfers, meeting calendars, key cards, documents. But the files contain something else.
Oh, God.
This is a letter written by a victim, addressed directly to Jeffrey Epstein. This is scary.
Oh, God.
Let me show you what this document is.
All right. Here we go. All right. This is going to get crazy, folks. We're going to be knee deep in baby genetics. Oh, my God. I hope I never have to see you again. I'm not your personal incubator. Where is the baby? Where is Ghislaine? Ooh. All right. So this is where Epstein would impregnate these women. He would then, have them stay as they foster the child. And they're taking care of the baby. They are, living on the compound. They got their own separate dwelling. And she wakes up one day and the baby's gone. Now, you get attached, okay? Even though the means of insemination was probably quite cruel, or maybe it was very cold and scientific. Who knows what happened? Let's just think of the worst case scenario, and it's probably 10 times as worse as that. And she's wanting to know what happened to the baby. Where is the baby? So then they steal the baby. Okay, because apparently it's still a baby. She's saying baby. So it's not a kid yet. It's not a little shit. Okay. It's still a baby. Still beautiful. You know, it's got the Epstein demon DNA in it. We got to know who these babies are, folks. Okay? We got to know this little sick lineage. Just like vampires are going to infect every single one of us. I ain't getting anywhere close to no Epstein DNA. No Epstein blood around me. Oh, God. Oh, boy. So now you got this whole thing here where it's all code with blood. Oh, those little blotches, but who knows? Maybe that is blood.
This is scary. Let me show you what this document is.
Oh, God. All right. Wow. There's so much information. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Let's take it back here. This is a poem? Wow. I don't want to read it. So sad the city could be beautiful if it weren't filled with monsters. The blood from Leon is no longer there. What is that? Oh my God. So it might be one of those things where you cancel out the double letters. Wait, how does it go?
Your body has never been given time to properly heal. Where is my baby? Where is Jelaine? I am not your personal incubator. She knew she was being used for reproduction and she said it directly. But that's actually just the surface. This is about to blow your mind. So I'm sure you've been seeing the incubator stuff in the news recently. It's been covered, but they're not really explaining it. This is what they didn't tell you. This victim didn't write that letter in English. She wrote it in rail fence cipher. A rail fence cipher is a transposition code. You split your message across 2 rows, alternating letters. Top, bottom, top, bottom. To read it, you weave the rows back together.
Whoa.
The actual page in the EFTA is not the journal. It's rows of letters that look like occult nonsense. But what I just read you, I'm not your personal incubator, where is the baby, where is Jelaine? That's what you get once you decode it.
Wow.
It would seem that the DOJ apparently had cryptanalysts decode it, and then they added this plain text translation to the file. But they don't clarify at all that it was a cipher. They just published the decoded letter like she wrote it normally. And they left out that the cipher ends with death. See, you're missing the context. The real question is, why does a trafficking victim know how to write in cipher? Why would she need to? A rail fence cipher isn't something you just pick up. Someone most likely taught her this. That's a red flag. A victim writing in code implies training and operation. This reads like ritual abuse more than anything else. All the ciphers were decoded. One of them mentions the blood from supposedly Leon Black. We've mentioned him several times. The other cipher is her guilt. She feels like a monster. She remembers the screams. But I was looking through the PDF and I found this page. It's like a bunch of stickers or cutouts. And there's one that says, "Protect the vanishing." And this victim wrote children. The vanishing children? What is she talking about? What's crazy is there's a whole nother PDF, and that too has a bunch of ciphers. Now let me show you really quick, because I can't explain it all, but you just need to see it. I'm sure most of you remember when this all came out, but here's the thing. We had zero context. Think about what I'm telling you right now, and how this all connects. Look at these ciphers. Look at her cutouts. This is no normal victim. She describes a forced medical procedure. Quote, "Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Don't speak, she doesn't talk." A shot in rod-like instruments with a hook, consistent with a D and C procedure. Apparently the doctor was from Israel. Ghislaine Maxwell was present and directing. A decision was made, but I can't tell Jeffrey. Maxwell was making reproductive decisions Epstein didn't even know about. This victim was impregnated, carried to term, and her baby was born alive. She even names Jean-Luc Brunel directly. Quote, "Jean-Luc Brunel is a disgusting pig." She says she was sent back after 6 weeks. Quote, "Punishment for trying to run." Right there, that's the reason for the ciphers. And here's a line that ties everything together. The superior gene pool? Why me? Why my hair color and eye color? That feels very Nazi-like. She says the piano and music comments we made to convince her this is right and will create perfect offspring. At first I thought that sounded like hypnotism, but it seems like they were trying to teach her to play the instrument. Quote, I miss the person I was before I was made into what feels as a human incubator. Okay, so this is a metaphor. She seems to be describing a eugenics program, and we've been tracing this through the documents. George Church, egg people, CRISPR, designer babies. And here's a girl saying they selected her for her hair color and eye color to create perfect offspring. She called it Nazi-like. And like I said, look at these stickers or cutouts and how the ciphers are under them. She's spelling it out for you. And look at this. Help me, please. Can't anyone find me? That's what the documents show.
Oh my God. So again, these people are captive. They're held captive. They are incubators. And then they have their children ripped from them in the night. They wake up and they don't know where their baby is. They go through abuse when they try to escape. And she's got to write in cipher in order to communicate. Let's take a look back on how to decode the cipher. So rail fence cipher. Also called a zigzag cipher, is a classical type of transposition cipher. It derives from the name, from the manner in which encryption is performed, an analogy to a fence built with horizontal rails. In the fence rail cipher, the plain text is written downwards diagonally on successful rails of the imaginary fence. So the plain text is written downwards diagonally on successive rails. So downwards is it downwards diagonally? I don't get that. So if it's just SO, so they're just doing it like this. Oh, but I think it skips, right? SOS. OHA. I don't know how to decipher a cipher. Okay. In the real cipher, in the plain text is written downwards diagonally on successive rails. The measuring fence, then moving up when the bottom rail is reached, down again when the top rail is reached, okay, and so on and so forth, until the whole plain text is written out. The cipher then is read off in rows. Oh, so I wonder, like scrolls. How come we don't use scrolls anymore? Everything is cut rectangles. Everything used to be circular. More in line with nature. So let's take a look at this, huh?
Is not the
Oh god, I can't type all that in. Okay, so down diagonally and then up again. Okay. So yeah, that's what it means then, huh? Down diagonally, then up again, down and up. Zigzag. Hmm. Interesting. How to encrypt using a... Okay, there we go. Okay, so a rail fence or zigzag cipher is a transposition cipher that involves writing text in a wave pattern across multiple lines and reading it line by line to obtain the encrypted message. How to encrypt using rail fence cipher. Follow these steps. Define a number of levels n, or rows or floors. This number is sometimes called the cipher key. Okay, so 3 rows, 1, 2, 3. So DCO. Okay. DE. Okay. So D code zigzag. All right. How to decrypt. So it requires knowing the number of levels, and it's broken down into 3 steps. So if you know it's 3, then you zigzag it. Reconstruct the zigzag pattern with the expected number of levels. Okay, write the numbered letters in the pattern line by line. All right, yeah. But oh my God, how? So maybe these are just 2 levels. So does it go?
It's rows of letters that look like a...
So does it go like this then? But then what about these ones? Jeez. you know, you see this bunch, and so you know it's Jeffrey. Jeffrey, okay. So SOR. No, so SO. 1, 2, 3. So SH or SOHN. Wow. Apparently, I was not part of the GATE program. Sitcom? A lead in the sitcom? That's what I see there. Prey, reptilian. Virgin, right there. Virgin.
A cult. Kiev to Paris, Moscow to Paris. It would seem that apartment was the hub for the Eastern European trafficking pipeline. Woman from Ukraine.
Yeah, this is where we are.
Harvard's top CRISPR pioneer. Seth Lloyd, MIT quantum computing. Martin Novak, and a woman. She had just flown in from Paris. She needed a US cell phone, and she wasn't American. Now look at this email. Epstein directing his staff on travel routes. Same as last time. Kiev to Paris, Moscow to Paris, St. Petersburg to Paris, Odessa to Paris, all converging on his apartment at 22 Avenue, Foch in Paris. It would seem that apartment was the hub for the Eastern European trafficking pipeline. Women from Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, routed through Paris. Same as last time means this was a reoccurring operation with established routes. So why was a woman from that pipeline at a Harvard genetics lunch with the world's leading CRISPR researcher? Everything that I've shown you so far has been the documents. I haven't made a single claim, I haven't accused anyone of anything. What follows is what I think this means. You can disagree, you can turn off the video, but if you made it this far, I think you need to hear this. When you lay out all these documents, 3 layers emerge. Layer 1, the personal predation. This is the story everyone already knows. The massages, the girls, the island. Epstein was a predator. That's the version that went to trial, and that's where most people stopped. Layer 2, blackmail. Cameras in every room, every bedroom, every bathroom, every property. When you have the most powerful people on earth walking through your doors, and you have footage of what they do behind the closed ones, you don't need money. You have leverage. That's the intelligence operation. Layer 3, the genetics pipeline. And this is what no one is talking about. It would seem that the trafficking wasn't just predation, it was a supply chain. The victims weren't just being exploited, they're being harvested. Eggs extracted, menstrual cycles tracked, fertility clinics arranged, babies taken. And a victim literally wrote, "I'm not your personal incubator." She's describing her.
Yep, and that's what we were talking about before, just earlier. Okay, it's not just it's not. Again, this was something that was difficult to conceptualize or to just to describe without sounding insensitive. But I was trying to say that it wasn't just about the abuse. Okay, a lot of abuse happened, but there is this bigger idea that they're accomplishing. So they're just using, these people, and they're just funneling them in. And I'll take it even a step further. I'll go so far as to say that part of this cloning and the skin grafting and all that is to also not only create realistic masks, but wetware and skin grafts for cybernetics, for robots. And 3D printing and all that stuff. Now that they'll even, I mean, if they're not cloning organs, human organs, testing it to see if you can swap a homegrown organ out with a real one, that will be one of the first steps in prolonging life. And they had that guy who wants to live forever was in the Balenciaga fashion runway show. Not the one with the kid, but the other one that looks like a vampire. Jason Reza Georgiani is mentioning these things. Okay. So it's a way to dehumanize. If you're wondering how is it that people could do this to another human being, besides just being an absolute psycho and being absolutely sick, when they already don't think of you as human, that you're just a means to an end, you're material within their matrix. And I'm blocking every EMF signal that they're trying to bombard me with right now, just talking about this. But some sick shit.
Function in the operation. But there's one thing that everyone is missing. Why Silicon Valley? Yeah. Everyone keeps asking why Epstein was connected to tech billionaires. The answer isn't that they were donors. But what if their companies are the infrastructure? 23andMe, genetic profiles on millions of people. That's the training data. Palantir, pattern recognition across massive data sets. That's the trait selection engine. Microsoft, cloud computing and AI processing power. That's the computational backbone for processing genomic data. George Church in CRISPR, that's the editing tool. Once the AI identifies what to change, Church's lab can change it. Oil money can write checks. Only Silicon Valley owns AI, big data, and genetic databases. They're not funding the operation, They are the operation. Now keep in mind, this is all theoretical. I am interpreting public documents, but the infrastructure is real, the companies are real, and the connections between them are in the files. And if this theory is correct, it doesn't stop at production. These aren't just designer babies. It monitors the human. Palantir isn't just analyzing genetic data on the front end. It's a surveillance infrastructure that tracks populations on the back end. What am I saying? It would seem that these sickos are trying to design an engineered human race that's powered and monitored by AI. Design them, produce them, monitor them, control them, all in AI. That's why I called this video AI Baby Farms. It's not just baby farms. If you follow the documents to their logical conclusion,
it's like they're androids.
What you're looking at isn't just a trafficking operation. It's the blueprint for an AI monitored engineered population. Allegedly. And remember what I told you at the beginning of the video. Epstein told scientists he wanted to see the human race with his DNA. He wanted to impregnate 20 women at a time at his ranch in New Mexico. Everyone reported that like it was just fantasy, like it was some delusion.
33. Epstein also wanted to invest in research pursuing genetically modifying embryos to produce children with desirable traits. The Telegraph also spotted he seriously entertained the idea in a 2018 email exchange subject designer babies with crypto entrepreneur Brian Bishop, who asked Epstein about securing funding. I have no issue with funding, Epstein responded. As it happened, Epstein wanted children of his own. Couple of island boys. Couple of island boys. Island boys. Excessive amount of tattoos is a sign of stress and anxiety. At least those with them tend to have those traits. Ooh, sounds like the beginning of the Matrix. Yep. Exactly. As it happened, Epstein wanted children of his own and lots of them. Sounds like Elon Musk to me. And I haven't been as anti-Elon as a lot of people are. Now I mean, he's definitely a government contract worker. And part of the PayPal mafia. So I get it. Maybe I'm a little late to the game on the Elon Musk hate. I just never felt like I needed to like him to begin with. He's just another person thrown on us right after Steve Jobs died. Okay, if you notice, it was all about Steve Jobs, and then Steve Jobs died, and all of a sudden it was all about Elon Musk. The next one to basically manage capital for the government, be the face of capital enterprise. So he's got Boring Company saying that as they dig these tunnels, they're able to have this process to then make bricks for really cheap. And after doing some research in some of these ancient, even the Egyptians with Moses, they were throwing humans into the mortar. So I wonder if that's a way that they get rid of the evidence. Build the wall. That's what the album was all about. The wall was built with human remains. And apparently, it's been said that they can detect human meat in some of the burger patties in your favorite fast food restaurant. Look it up. And we just saw the KFC commercial. Okay, they're trying to force it on you. So, according to details, how Epstein had planned to seed the human race with his DNA by impregnating women at his 33,000 square foot, so 33 square foot ranch in New Mexico, and discussed the idea of with multiple scientists who chose to remain anonymous. I wonder why. "20 women at a time."
Of a narcissist. But look at what I just showed you. The shell companies, the fertility doctors, the egg harvesting, the CRISPR research, the AI funding. It seems like he was describing this operation. That is the full picture as I understand it, but that's just from 44,000 documents. Every EFTA number has been on your screen, so you can verify everything I've shown you. Now, the story doesn't end here. The documents speak for themselves, but if you want to understand why I called this video what I called it, stay here for 5 more minutes, because none of this is new. This has been happening for almost 300 years. In 1739, the Foundling Hospital opened in London, and it was funded by royalty, supported by aristocrats. And if you look at the coat of arms, there's the Diana of Ephesus, the multi-breasted ancient fertility goddess. But if you look closely, those aren't breasts, they're eggs. Right there on the official seal of a children's hospital. Why do you have occult symbolism on something that's supposed to be a charity? And what about in America? Well, there's a fraternal order that many have never heard of. They're called the Odd Fellows. Similar to Freemasons, but with a completely different purpose. Funded by royalty, their symbols include the all-seeing eye, the fasces, skull and bones, and they were the ones that ran the orphanages in America in the 19th century.
Oculus.
They ran the asylums. Their
they had the Oculus. The secret societies.
founder, Thomas Wildey, was himself an orphan. Orphans grooming the next generation of orphans. And they did all of this under the name of philanthropy?
All right, another one. Christian Bale is coming out with his own orphanage on some ranch that has 12 different homes, all within the same compound. Sounds like a breeding ground to me. Sounds like Sounds a little crazy to me.
Now, if you follow the channel, you already know what I'm about to show you. But for those who don't, there are thousands of postcards from the 1890s to the 1910s that nobody talks about. They show babies being grown in cabbage patches, babies being harvested from gardens, babies arriving on trains, babies being pulled from water with hooks and nets, and some that literally say in French, "Nous sommes à vendre," we are for sale.
Now, wasn't the Moses story of it was a baby in a basket, and it went down the river, and the Pharaoh's wife picked it up? It's like, what? I don't know how this baby got here. No. I was just floating down the river. I mean, I was just in the river. All of a sudden, I had a baby. But maybe it did. Maybe there was something with that. Did they grow babies? Did they figure it out so you didn't have to? You know, give birth? You could maintain your shape. Because we all know what happens to you ladies after you give birth. So maybe we should go back to growing them. But yeah, what's the deal with the Cabbage Patch stuff? Did they actually grow them in the ground? Now, this could have been, after the war or something. And so there's a lot of displaced families and babies, I guess, But yeah, there's a lot of that imagery. Not anymore. You won't see that stuff anymore. Just like you won't see Jack and the Beanstalk or whatever that thing is, Not talking about these big old giants living in huge trees that apparently once used to populate our world. And somehow they cut them down. And people think that they're mountains. It's a petrified tree, folks, okay? No mountains, flat on the top.
These aren't art projects, these aren't cute jokes. There are thousands of these across Europe and America, and they depict a production line, a repopulation operation. The woman in the red is their handler. The men in the top hats pay for them. Familiar, right? This is the real history behind the Cabbage Patch Kids. And it's even in their...
Oh, God, look at that. Why did I not think anything of that? I mean, it still was very weird. Oh, did I miss something? What happens? What happens, Stevie? With what? Allow me to expound on my riff. What was I riffing about? Oh boy, I just realized I didn't have my chat on live. It was just on the top chats. Sorry about that, folks. If I missed some of your chats there, didn't see them until now. Oh God, and I did. Sorry about that. I just now saw that it wasn't turned on. But look at that Cabbage Patch, man. And then the Garbage Pail Kids. You know, that was the inverse of that. Oh, or keep the human race going without women. Oh, okay. Might be able to get something done then. Bunch of distractors. Trying to capture our loosh. It's mine. You ain't having my loosh, women. No, I only loosh for my creative endeavors. Not anything else. I love a good illusion. But please, stop with the loosh. I am Lucian. I'm anti-loosh. Can't stand the loosh. Now my loosh runneth over. But what is up with these Cabbage Patch Kids? And how is it that the 80s were so dead accurate about everything? You know, like my buddy, wherever I go, he's gonna go. My buddy and me. Kid sister, wherever I go, she's gonna go. You know what I mean? It's like, walk around with these clones, trying to prime us for Pelletier. Well, Peter Thiel, you ain't getting us. So they're trying to create humans. Now, if they did this back in the day, maybe we're descendants. Maybe we are descendants of a genetically modified race that we don't even know about. I feel modified all the time. I feel like I'm going in between these different parallel worlds that I've once lived. I'm, experiencing archetypal revelations all the time. Because I know not very many generations ago, I used to be a sewer. I love making clothes. I must have been in one of those hot warehouses back in the 1700s. My ancestors sewing away. And I'm quite aquatic as well. I love the water. I am water. Mostly. And yes, I might have a presidential profile, but that's meant for a warrior. I am not no politician. I'm meant to stare straight at the sun. And I create my own sunglasses. Now again, you might wonder, well, clipvirgin, why is it that you wear sunglasses? Okay, I never wear sunglasses outside. Okay, I need the sun. Sun is energy. It's only inside looking at these screens that, I mean, even this white light, I'm sorry that I'm even showing a white light to you. Okay. So, again, the last time I did not wear my sunglasses and I was exposed to this unnatural light, I had a 15-hour stream. Okay. It keeps me up. I gotta keep these glasses on and so I can remain tired or eventually become tired. Okay. I can go all day. Especially when I talk. Okay. I don't even need this stuff. Just put me up here. Who cares about Cabbage Patch? Okay. You want to talk? Let's talk. Okay. They're growing the babies. I need in on some of that. I need some workers. How dare you not tell me if I was a Cabbage Patch Kid? I love Brussels sprouts. I always knew there was something different about me. Is that why? The smell of dirt reminds me of my mother. Oh, God. I never had a mother. Mother Earth. Birth. From the roots. Of her. I was going to say a bunch of stuff there. I refrained. I shan't refrain no longer. I was birthed from the dirt of her vagina. Dirty. Cabbage Patch Kid. Living in the loins of Mother Earth. It's dirty in there. Smells good. It smells like more. Did they actually do this? Was it actually out of the ground, or is this just a kind of comedic expression of what they were actually doing? And they're like, "What? We just grow them in the ground." And then people are like, "Wow. Where'd you get these? You got so many of them." It's like you're growing them. Yeah, but if there was no PC culture, nothing taboo, who knows what they're up to? I pity a fool. Cabbage Patch and my kid. Don't you dare. Actually, yeah, grow some kids. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be better than the generation we got now that's out there. Okay? All hopped up on SSRIs, disassociating from the planet, from reality, thinking their subjective experience is real. No prefrontal cortex.
Lore. A story about babies being grown in a garden, delivered by a stork in uniform, while an evil witch tries to enslave them for labor. Nobody really ever questioned where that story came from.
A witch? See, they're trying to, oh, the witch wants them for labor. Well, what else are you supposed to use them for? What do you think schools are? Okay. Instead of growing the kids, now they just take them from. See, they basically don't have to do the growing anymore. They're like, well, let these the nuclear family just grow the kids for us now, and then we'll just take them when they're an infant, because man, they're a lot of work. But we can just put them. We'll just sit them in these really uncomfortable seats and give them these really gross desks that when you put your head on and it smells. If your desk smells while you're playing heads down, thumbs up, it's because you have bad breath. Okay? So instead, they just have us breed them, and then they take them when they're a little bit older. It's like, hey, wait, that's my labor. And women are saying that literally. I labored. That's my labor. And then the fathers are like, yeah, that's my manual labor. I'm man. That's my manual labor. So we want to make things, and we need help. We got to have a bunch of children to grow our Tower of Babel, so I can learn Spanish for the very last time. Man, I miss these days. What happened in the 1800s? What happened? The whole world changed. We had it made in the shade. Cabbage kids. Grow on the side of the street.
In 1881, a French doctor attached to a foundling hospital built the first baby incubator. He modeled it on a chicken hatchery. Within a decade, baby incubators filled with live premature infants were exhibited at world's.
Yes, the Industrial Revolution. Yep, the development of the the Federal Reserve. Tartaria. O Tartarians, why hast thou forsaken us? Create those buildings once again. But you Aztec warriors, too busy dancing or playing in a mariachi band or whatever they're called. Okay. Get back to work. I need to see some of them skyscrapers. Mariachi band. Where's those world fairs? Okay. I can't stand fairs, but I want a world fair. How do they do it? Oh, yep. Good point, Wizard. I think the banking system that gave us the Federal Reserve may go back thousands of years to the maritime economy of the Bronze Age. They know how to control nations through blackmail going back. Wow. Yep. Oh, world fairs were a form of marketing to get Euros to move to America. Yeah. And this, like the gold rush for the grapes of wrath.
Fairs across Europe and America. The medical journal that covered it wrote,
Wait, did they just say it? Did you just say world fairs? No.
decade, baby incubators filled with live premature infants were exhibited at world fairs across Europe and America.
Jeez.
The medical journal that covered it wrote, quote, "It is just as essential in raising men and women as it is raising any kind of stock." End quote.
True.
And in 1896,
I mean, and here's a video. One of the first films ever made was about growing babies in a garden in 1896. And we'll take a look at that.
within a decade, baby incubators filled with live premature infants were exhibited at world fairs
Oh, but they're saying
across
let's
Europe and
finish it.
America. The medical journal that covered it wrote, quote, "It is just as essential in raising men and women as it is raising any kind of stock."
Right. Wouldn't you rather these people raise humans than some of the people that are doing it now? Okay. Have you seen TikTok? Have you seen the news lately? How some of these kids are acting? I don't know if you know this or not, but parents are not going through some kind of rigorous course to know how to properly raise a child. So if they can't get your children to fight their wars, they'll get your children to fill their prisons.
End quote. And in 1896, at the same Paris World Fair that showcased those incubators, the first narrative film ever made premiered, Le Fée aux Choux, The Fairy of the Cabbages. A woman
I just said that. It's right here. And we'll watch it.
that covered it wrote, quote, "It is just as essential in raising." And in 1896, at the same Paris World Fair that showcased those incubators, the first narrative film ever made premiered, Le Fée aux Choux, The Fairy of the Cabbages. A woman pulling babies from a cabbage patch and handing them to couples who pay a farmer.
And look at how she handles these babies. I mean, someone called the Screen Actors Guild. Okay, this is not within policy. What's this baby's agent going to say? And again, imagine all the work that they were able to accomplish, not having to abide by union regulations. They can do whatever they want to the actors. They made some amazing stuff. Now everyone's all sensitive and egotistic because they're catered so much that they call their means of consumption catering. It should be more like a battering. Knock some sense into these Screen Acting Guild members, so we can actually produce some art instead of this propaganda piece. But yeah, throw a baby around on TV.
He's from a cabbage patch and handing them to couples who pay a farmer.
Just drop it on the ground.
The first movie ever made was about selling babies, and it was created to promote the incubators. Then came the trains. Between 1854 and 1929, over 200,000 children were loaded onto orphan trains and shipped from East Coast cities to the Midwest and West.
Where did they come from? Oh my God. Homeless children. Was I a homeless child? I thought I had royalty bloodlines, but maybe I was just a cabbage patch. Or broccoli flower father. I knew there was a reason why I like celery.
None of them had at least one living parent. They weren't orphans, they were taken. Their names were changed. Their records destroyed. They were displayed at train.
Were they taken or were they just given away? Well, these are cute babies. Man. We're really scraping at the bottom of the barrel nowadays. Look at. Oh, look at those cheeks. Oh my goodness, look at those cheeks. Look at that.
And then chosen by families. Their records destroyed. They were displayed.
Look at these cheeks of these stolen children. Oh, look at the. Okay. They ain't selling Somalians, folks. Okay? You can't even give them away. Can't even give them away. But they selling these. Got little mittens. These stolen baby mittens. Oh. See now. He misses his mama. He misses. These people don't care. He's like, what? Did you say popsicle? Where's my popsicle? This guy's gonna be in tech, staring at the camera. Somehow knew exactly how to find his light. Got a little Pika over here. Bunch of front-facing personalities. I'm a profile guy. But I mean, look at that jawline. Okay, so where did they come from? All right, these are some hefty babies. I'm not good with accents. I didn't know what accent I was going to do with that. These look Dutch or German, right?
Displayed at train stations and then chosen by families. And then we're just told to forget everything about where they come.
Yeah, so then with the trains too.
At train stations and then chosen by families.
Now, you know what the trains had served a multi-purpose, like where this was they didn't just do this because they had trains available. Maybe just like gene editing, Epstein wasn't just using that because it was available. He more or less probably had something to do with the advancement of that technology to use it for his means. So maybe trains were part of this whole mass transportation and mass repopulation endeavor. Among other things, okay? But they love transporting people in those trains, huh?
Families. And then we're just told to forget everything about where they come from. So to put that together, foundling hospitals funded by elite with fertility goddesses on their seals, a secret fraternity.
And maybe that's part of this, the eugenics program, where they are just trying to get better quality babies on the planet. I mean, if you're gonna make a baby, might as well make a beautiful one.
Fraternity running the orphanages, thousands of postcards advertising babies for sale, incubators modeled on chicken hatcheries at world fairs. The first movie ever made is about producing and selling babies, and 200,000 children were shipped across the continent with their identities erased.
All right, let's take a look at it. Okay. Oh wait. Take a look at how she dropped this baby. Why won't it show up the whole screen on here? Give me 1 second here. Watch this. Okay, sit it down there. Okay, and then boom, it just drops the baby. Okay, and drops. So within the first few moments, now I'm not sure. Again, this is the first movie ever made was about growing babies in 1896. Now, I don't know if that was the very beginning of this movie, but within a very short amount of time, there was abuse. So I'm assuming that this is just all propaganda. Okay. They ain't growing babies in couch patches. As much as I want to believe it. But they're trying to show the way of, hey, the abundance. It's a harvest.
That footage you just saw is real. A woman in a corset standing in a painted garden. She reaches behind an oversized cabbage. She pulls out a living baby. She sets it on the ground like produce. Then she does it again. That film is from 1900. It is the oldest surviving narrative film in existence. The woman playing the fairy is Yvonne Mugnier-Serand. The director is Alice Guy Blache. And nobody talks about why this particular story was the first one cinema ever told. February 1896. Paris. A 22-year-old secretary named Alice Guy walks down Boulevard Poissonnière. She is heading toward the cabarets of Montmartre. But she stops at a storefront she has never noticed before. The windows are lit. Inside, against the wall, are rows of glass and metal boxes. Inside those boxes are living human babies, premature infants, some small enough to fit in a man's palm. They are lying in machines modeled after chicken egg incubators, because that is exactly what they are. The inventor, a French engineer named Alexandre Lyon, patented this device on October 28, 1889. He based it on poultry equipment, and he funded the entire operation by charging the public admission to come watch newborns fight for their lives. 50,000 visitors paid to see these babies in the first year alone. Alice Guy was one of them. Her granddaughter, Regine Blache-Bolton, confirmed this decades later. Alice walked into that storefront, saw infants displayed in glass boxes for paying strangers, and 3 months later created the first narrative film ever recorded. A fairy harvesting babies from a cabbage garden. The Art Nouveau poster advertising Lyon's exhibition makes the connection even more explicit. Designed by Adolfo Hohenstein, it shows a nurse cradling.
Is that a... Is that Gary Vee?
Of businesses around the world.
Cradling 3 infants.
Looking kind of like Gary Vee to me.
Behind her, vines sprout baby heads in place of flowers. Drawings of children growing like botanical specimens fill the background. This poster hung on the streets of Paris in 1890. For any of it. Now here is where most people who have covered this topic start. The postcards. Between 1900 and 1920, hundreds of thousands of postcards flooded Europe and North America, showing babies growing in cabbage patches. Babies being pulled from the earth like vegetables. Babies tended by gardeners and delivered to couples who browse through them like shoppers selecting fruit. These were not produced by a single company running a campaign. They came from dozens of studios across Germany, France, Russia, Spain, Britain, and the United States. Multiple languages, multiple artistic styles, no documented coordinating source. Art historians classify them as whimsical birth announcements, sentimental imagery, harmless folklore. And they are partially right. In France, children had been told for centuries that boys come from cabbage patches and girls from rose bushes. French parents still call their babies mon petit chou, my little cabbage. In Scotland, children placed cabbage leaves outside to ask fairies for siblings. In Ireland, you were told you were found under a stalk of cabbage. The folklore is old and widespread, so let me address this directly. Maybe the postcards are exactly what our historians say they are.
Okay, now that... I mean, come on, that's Gary Vee.
Birth announcements based on folk tradition. Charming, innocent, unconnected to anything darker. If this were the whole picture, I would accept that explanation and move on. But the timeline refuses to stay innocent. Because during the exact decades these postcards circulated, between 1900 and 1920, the largest mass displacement of children in American history was underway, and the scale of it is difficult to process. September 20, 1854. A train pulls out of New York City carrying 46 children. They range from infants to 12 years old. No parents are with them. No family waits at the destination.
That seems like a whole lot more than 46.
They range from infants to 12 years old. No parents are with them. No family waits at the destination. When they arrive in Dowagiac, Michigan, they are lined up on a railroad platform. Local families walk past, inspect them, and choose which ones to take home. This is the first orphan train. The last train departs on May 31st, 1929, carrying 3 children to Sulphur Springs, Texas. By then, between 200,000 and 250,000 children will have been transported this way. At peak volume, 3,000 to 4,000 children per year were shipped west. The first agent, E.P. Smith, let passengers adopt boys without checking references. He played on audience sympathy, pointing out that boys were handy and girls could be used for all types of housework. Many of these children were used strictly as farm labor. Many were not orphans at all. They were children of immigrants and poor families. The co-founders of the program later acknowledged this. The children traveled for days in uncomfortable conditions, sometimes on trains barely better than cattle cars. 2 or 3 adult chaperones supervised 30 to 40 children at a time. When they arrived, they had no birth certificates, no verified family histories, no provable identity. An estimated 2 million descendants are alive today, many of whom still cannot trace their lineage past the train platform. Where did they come from? The Cabbage Patch. That was the answer the culture gave. Not
And the Cabbage Patch
literally,
Kids, huh?
but functionally. The mythology did the same work as a shrug. And the orphan trains were only the American chapter. Across the Atlantic, the system was older and larger. The foundling wheel, called the ruota in Italy, was a rotating wooden cylinder built into the wall of a hospital or church. A woman could place her infant inside, ring a bell, and the staff on the other side would rotate the wheel to receive the child. Anonymous.
Wow.
No questions, no records of the parent. The first one was installed in...
Right. So that's what they had. Okay. They had ways where you just, give your child up. And I'm sure if times were difficult and it's hard to feed the family, you just, yeah. I mean, is that any worse than aborting a baby? The reason why they're promoting abortion is because then they don't have to raise the child, okay? They can just make makeup products.
in Rome in 1198. By the 1400s, they had spread across Catholic Europe. By the 1800s, the numbers are staggering. Over 100,000 foundlings abandoned annually across the continent. In France, Italy, and Spain, as many as 1 in 3 babies born in cities was deposited into these institutions. France alone had 251 foundling wheels at their peak, legalized on January 19, 1811. The death rate inside these foundling hospitals averaged 80%. In some years it approached 100%. Children who survived were renamed. In Italy, they were called Esposito, meaning exposed. In Milan, they were named Colombo, after the pigeons outside the foundling home. In France, they were called Trouvé, found. Parents sometimes left a token, a ribbon, a coin, a piece of torn fabric, hoping to reclaim the child someday. Most never returned. So now hold the timeline in your mind. 198, the first foundling wheel is installed in Rome. By the 1700s, boys from cabbages, girls from roses is the standard explanation given to children across France. 1811, France legalizes 251 foundling wheels. 1854, the first orphan train leaves New York.
Wait, how many?
To foundling wheels. 1854, 1811, France legalizes 251 foundling wheels. 1854, the first orphan train leaves New York. 1863, France begins closing its foundling wheels. 1869, Sister Mary Irene Fitzgibbon places a cradle on a Manhattan stoop to receive abandoned babies, founding the New York Foundling Hospital. 1889, Alexandra Lyon patents his baby incubator, modeled on chicken egg equipment. February 1896, Alice Guy visits Lyon's incubator exhibition on Boulevard Poissonnière and sees babies in glass boxes displayed for paying strangers. Spring 1896, she films La Fée aux Choux.
Okay, well, now that's definitely Gary V, if I've ever seen it. Oh, Gary V jumping timelines again. Okay, that's why he can predict trends. It's because he's been there before. Okay, he's a Highlander. Oh, Cabbage Patch Kid. Jumping timelines.
The first narrative film in history is about harvesting babies from a garden. That same year, incubator babies are exhibited at the Berlin Exposition under the name Kinderbrutenstalt. That word translates to child hatchery. 1900 to 1920.
Yep, good point, Wizard. Also think about the impact of demographics. 2 million people alive today, descendants of these Cabbage Patch Kids. Compare that to the void of 60 million abortions. Yep. It's unbelievable.
Cabbage baby postcards flood the Western world. 1903, Martin Cooney opens his permanent incubator exhibit at Coney Island, displaying premature infants next to sword swallowers and sideshow acts. He charges 25 cents admission. He runs it for 40 years. Each piece connects to the next. Each decade adds another layer, and every layer uses the same language. Children as things that are grown, harvested, displayed, selected, and distributed. Not born to families, delivered to them by fairies, by gardeners, by institutions. I need to be honest about something. I sat with this research for almost a week before I started writing. Not because the facts were hard to find. They are well documented. The orphan trains have a PBS documentary. The foundling wheels are in medical journals. Alice Guy Blash's visit to the incubator exhibition is confirmed by her own granddaughter. The problem was not evidence. The problem was that every time I laid the timeline out, I could hear how it would sound. I could hear reasonable people saying I was forcing a pattern onto unrelated events. And I kept asking myself whether that was true. Whether folklore is just folklore. Whether postcards are just postcards. Whether the fact that all of this clusters in the same decades across the same countries is simply what coincidence looks like at scale. But then I found what Salvador Dali said about the postcards. Dali collected them. So did André Breton. So did Paul Eluard, who called them a Lilliputian hallucination of the world. Dali called them the most lively document of popular modern thought, a thought so profound or so sharp that it eludes psychoanalysis. The surrealists did not collect them as whimsy. They collected them because they recognized something in the imagery that resisted easy explanation. A British art dealer named James Birch began collecting.
So it just seems that this is early eugenics, right? So they're collecting the eugenics, paraphernalia.
Collecting them in Aix-en-Provence. He later found a display case of them at the Pompidou Center, exhibited for their inspirational importance to the Dadaist.
And why is it that Epstein wants paintings of Batman? He wants to collect them all. And what are these Batman paintings painted from? Could it be painted from the remains of the humans that were? What is it? But man, you can't even find a nice old stand like that again. I don't know. I mean, I've made a little stand myself. Little iPhone stand. It's just a prototype, folks. Just a prototype. But yeah, don't be looking at my stuff. But so you put your phone in there, like that, on the desk. Do it sideways. And on the other side is a little bit wider, so then it can lean back further. It's cool. Have you seen the statue of the Aztec bat god that looks just like Batman? Interesting. Okay, so there's a bat god. Okay. Now this is making a little bit more sense now. And I'd shown the who's that rapper with the Kardashian, Travis Scott had a video of him going to his bat cave and revealing that he had a bat suit. Oh, and yeah, so that bat, yeah, that bat suit, wearing that bat suit, you are undertaking, this deity apparently.
Dadaists and surrealists. He published a book called Babylon, Surreal Babies in 2010. Even the art world knew these postcards carried something heavier than charm.
Up a window, I'll see
and the postcards were not.
Yeah, it's all about Babylon apparently. You can't go a day without hearing about Babylon. What is up? Oh my God. Why are they dirty? So they're making it seem like they grew them from the ground? Holy mackerel.
Were not gentle. Some of them show babies being sold. Some reference lotteries of children. Some depict gardeners tending rows of infants while couples browse and point. The imagery is commercial, transactional. It mirrors the mechanics of the foundling system and the orphan trains with disturbing precision. Babies appear from the earth. They have no parents, no origin story, no history. Someone selects them, someone takes them home. This is not what a birth announcement looks like. This is what displacement looks like when a culture has agreed to call it something else. The medical establishment during this era makes the picture darker.
Is it the... No, that's all right. Looks like the guy from Parks and Rec. Looks like the guy from Parks and Rec. What kind of MK Ultra shit did they have going on? I mean, how come they don't have the... Oh, there he is right there. Didn't even recognize that schlup. Remember those days when he was just the pratfall guy? Just a bartender who just had this natural ability to make people laugh. Like staring at Kyle Dunnigan. Just tickles ya. That generation's gone, folks. Everyone's compromised. Skipping timelines. Parks and Rec guy.
Martin Cooney, the man who ran baby incubator exhibits at Coney Island for 4 decades, likely never held a legitimate medical license. He fabricated his credentials because the real medical profession refused to help premature babies at all. A Chicago doctor produced a film advocating for letting them die.
So, okay. So there was an excess amount of premature babies that they were receiving. Well, let's say that they had a premature baby. Let's just say that premature babies were the ones that were given away more often than not. So they had an excess of preemies. Them are the worst. If you're a preemie baby, oh man. Stay away from me, you preemies. entitled children of the world. You were never supposed to be here to begin with. And you think the world owes you. You barely made it. But you want everyone to bend over backwards. If you ever need. Incubate me. No, exist. And if you can't, you do not incubate. I'm losing my audience. Sorry about that, folks. I don't apologize for anything. But I do say my sweet blessings every evening. I say sorry for all the harsh things I say about Gary Vee.
Tagged killed effectives, save the nation. The Boston Med.
Oh, so preemies. So they have excessive amount of preemies because those are the ones that are given away more often. That's what it seems like, right? Or is this thing that they've done, did they actually find a way to make babies? And the process of which they do this tends to produce more preemies than usual. Who knows? Who knows?
The Medical and Surgical Journal questioned in 1901 whether saving premature infants was even worthwhile. The eugenics movement called them weaklings who would pollute the gene pool. In this environment, the only way to save a premature baby was to display it in a glass box at an amusement park. Cooney saved over 6,500 lives this way. His nurse, Madame Recht.
Wow. What kind of shenanigans were they involved in? Jeez. And the reptilian eye, I guess. Maybe that's why she always looks that way. Wow. So, okay. Well, then I guess you can. But maybe she was stabbed. She's got a bit of fire in her. But whoa. These are some strange photos. Strange photos. That's why I don't like photos anymore. I never look at photos. It's just, it's too much. I need the thing to no longer exist and be in a different state in time. Now, having a photo in a world that didn't know much about photogenics is so rich. They still knew about composition and depth of field. Imagine all the people that had to be involved in it. I mean, is that a fake background? Is he really in some place like this? I mean, that's an amazing shot. That's an amazing photo. And now everyone poses.
Would slide a diamond ring up a baby's arm to the shoulder to show audiences how small the infants were.
Oh my God.
When Cooney died, his death certificate did not mention medicine. Neither did Alexandre Lyons. Lion, the man whose invention inspired the first movie ever made, was described on his death certificate in 1934 as a wandering salesman. 80 years after the postcards faded from circulation, the story came back. In 1976, a 21-year-old Georgia art student named
it's like a... what's his name? Looks like a... guy who played the Joker. What's his name? Oh, this begins. What is his name? Heath Ledger. Oh my God. Jeez. 100 steps just to remember it. Heath Ledger. Okay. People wish they looked like this. It's like a... it's an Abercrombie model.
Xavier Roberts discovered dolls at a craft fair made by a Kentucky folk artist
Good to see you,
named Martha
Lemons.
Nelson Thomas. Thomas had been making what she called doll babies since the early 1970s.
Whoa.
Each one came with a birth certificate and adoption papers. Roberts purchased...
No. That's some voodoo shit right there. Holy mackerel. Look how scary that one is right there. That little turn in the eye right there. This is like, what? No. It's like, yes. Everything's fine. Like, yeah. Wow.
Purchased her dolls, then began making his own when Thomas cut him off. He renamed them Little People. A licensing agent named Roger Schleifer renamed them Cabbage Patch Kids in 19...
Wow. Okay, so then they started making dolls as a result of seeing all these excessive children being sold everywhere. They then, the creatives were now finding ways to express themselves through the lens of culture, and they started,
1982.
making dolls. I mean, we've been through the makers movement. Okay, the people repurposing things because of all the excessive amount of material and goods that are being wasted and filling up the landfills. People are repurposing things and trying to be creative with the excess of what's in the world. So there was an excess of babies everywhere that they would sell and transport, and then people started making dolls as a wow. That's how dolls came about? And they started calling them Cabbage Patch Kids? That can't be the first doll. I mean, voodoo dolls have existed. I mean, that's a
Each
voodoo
one
doll.
came with a birth certificate and adoption papers. Roberts purchased her.
Okay, so they made it so that it kind of appeared as if it was like your own baby. Wow.
Dolls, then began making his own when Thomas cut him off. He renamed them Little People. A licensing.
They're called midgets. Okay, they don't like being called that. Just call them some midge. Yeah, you're retarded.
Licensing agent named Roger Schleifer renamed them Cabbage Patch Kids in 1982
Wow.
and created.
1980, when?
Named Roger Schleifer renamed them Cabbage Patch Kids in 1982 and created the origin mythology. The official
So 1982?
story said Xavier Roberts was a 10-year-old boy who followed a bunny bee behind a waterfall into a magical cabbage patch where babies were being born. Roberts
Ew.
sold the dolls from Babyland General Hospital.
That sounds like he got molested. And then someone was trying to explain to him, well, that's just what happens in the patch. Patch Adams. The Cabbage Patch Kid.
A converted abandoned medical clinic in Georgia. He did not sell them. You adopted them. Each doll came with a unique
Wow.
birth certificate and adoption papers. No parents listed. Born in a cabbage patch. Martha Nelson Thomas, the woman who actually created the concept, sued Roberts. They settled out of court in 1985 for an undisclosed amount. Her name disappeared from the product.
Why is he saying 1985 but showing someone from the 1800s? What are you talking about, 1985? This is someone from 1801. Am I hearing it wrong? Is he saying 1980? Is that when 1982 when the Cabbage Patch thing happened, or is he saying 1892?
And adoption papers. No parents listed. Born in a cabbage patch. Martha Nelson Thomas, the woman who actually created the concept, sued Roberts. They settled out of court in 1985 for an undisclosed amount. Her name disappeared from the product. Sound familiar? Coleco Mass produced them in 1983. 3 million sold by the end of that year. 20 million in 1984. $2 billion in retail sales. Americans physically fought each other in stores to adopt these dolls. Dolls with no parents, born from cabbages, distributed through a converted hospital. The entire apparatus of the foundling system compressed into a toy. And nobody noticed what the story was actually about because the story had been telling itself for 800 years. Every culture needs a narrative to explain what it cannot say plainly. You do not tell a child their sibling was deposited in a wooden box in a church wall by a mother who could not afford to feed them. You tell the child their sibling was found in the cabbage patch. You do not tell a community that 250,000 children were stripped of their identities and shipped across a continent. You send postcards of babies growing in gardens, tended by fairies, delivered to loving homes. The fairy tale does the work of erasure. It always has. Alice Guy Blash saw babies in glass boxes on a Paris boulevard and turned the experience into the first story cinema ever told. That story was about a fairy pulling children from a garden. The original 1896 film is now lost. 90% of all films made before 1929.
Well, it's lost? I'm pretty sure we just watched it. Wait, I just lost it. Where'd it go? It is lost. Oh wait, this was it. I forgot what we were watching.
9 are gone. We preserved almost nothing from the birth of cinema. The one film that might tell us what the culture was processing when it chose this story, as its first, has vanished. The postcards are in museum archives. The orphan train records are in genealogical databases. The foundling wheel mechanisms still sit in the walls of old hospitals across Europe. The Cabbage Patch Kids are in attics and storage units across America, each one with its adoption certificate still tucked inside. And somewhere between folklore and documentation, between fairy tale and institutional record, there is a question no one has properly asked. What story does a civilization tell itself when it needs to explain where all the children came from? What mythology does it build when the truth is too large, too systemic, too uncomfortable for a direct answer? And when that mythology appears in the first film, the most popular postcards, and the best-selling toy of the 20th century, all using the same image: babies without parents, harvested from a garden. What exactly are we looking at? A coincidence that spans 8 centuries and 6 continents, or the longest-running cover story in Western history?
Every caterpillar.
Interesting. Very interesting. Let's so there's a, and they're just saying, hey, we got some extra babies here.
That footage.
So
For the past 2 weeks, there have been some.
Oh, so let's bring it back to where we were here.
Never made premiered. It is just as essential in raising men and premature infants were exhibited at World's Fairs of Baby. 1881, a French doctor attached to a foundling hospital built the first baby incubator. He modeled it on a chicken hatchery. Within a decade, baby incubators filled with live premature infants were exhibited at World's Fairs across Europe and America. The medical journal that covered it wrote, quote, "It is just as essential in raising men and women as it is raising any kind of stock." End quote.
Okay, so now, if as a result of these baby incubators and all that, and then what developed from there were these children toys, these dolls, what do you think would be representative of today's culture that people would be producing as a result of something that is obvious within society? I would say the iPhone would probably be one of those things, right? I mean, we all stared at TVs and computers and phone, and we're on the phone. And it's a way to put them all on one thing to represent the culture at the time. Maybe motorcycles are a representation of horses. You know, a man's horse. So, yeah. So, but what do you think is going to happen with designer babies and all this stuff? I guess we get pop culture. We get the NSYNC, the Mickey Mouse Club. But they're, what's those little demons that people are buying now? So what's going to be the next thing? Okay, you got to think. All right, what's everyone into? And can you express that within a way of means of production to get them to pay for the thing that they already part of? I have no idea what I'm talking about. Let's keep it going.
And in 1896, at the same Paris World Fair that showcased those incubators, the first narrative film ever made premiered. Le Fée aux Choux, The Fairy of the Cabbages. A woman pulling babies from a cabbage patch and handing them to couples who pay a farmer. The first movie ever made was about selling babies, and it was created to promote the incubators. Then came the trains. Between 1854 and 1929, over 200,000 children were loaded onto orphan trains and shipped from East Coast cities to the Midwest and West. 72% of them had at least one living parent. They weren't orphans, they were taken. Their names were changed, their records destroyed. They were displayed at train stations and then chosen by families. And then we're just told to forget everything about where they come from. So to put that together, foundling hospitals funded by elite with fertility goddesses on their seals, a secret fraternity running the orphanages, thousands of postcards advertising babies for sale, incubators modeled on chicken hatcheries at world fairs, the first movie ever made is about producing and selling babies, and 200,000 children were shipped across the continent with their identities erased? Now look at what I just showed you in these documents. Shell companies declaring DNA analysis, CRISPR gene editing, fertility doctors, egg harvesting, AI processing, forced pregnancies, babies taken, women trafficked through international pipelines and brought to genetics meetings, and...
Hey, let me just stop right there real quick. Imagine having to do a cipher like that. You're in such a... state of mind where you have to encode these certain phrases so that you can really express what's happening. I mean, that, wow. But again, the fact that she was using a cipher, that she knew how to do that. Maybe she had the internet. She learned how to do it. Or maybe she was a government asset that was abandoned How did she know?
And $167 million routed through one man's shell company to a Rothschild bank? The same banking dynasty that's been at the center of European finance since the founding hospitals were built.
And you heard the leaked audio of a telephone call that Erica Kirk made to a younger female discussing doing business with Epstein, and the younger female was inquiring on how to make more money. She needed to get paid more, and that she could bring her friend or her sister. And Erica Kirk was like, yeah, you get paid more for that. And if you want to get paid more, you got to do more. So they would just funnel all these kids. This whole church organization, or the programs that she do. R. Kelly was trying to traffic people. Like, hey, who's got the passport? Yeah, you want to go with? Oh, R. Kelly to the U.S. Oh yeah. Well, do you got your passport? Do you got your passport? R. Kelly was in on it.
The same operation, different century. The only thing that changed is the technology. Okay, so I showed you what I found, but that was just from 44,000 documents in the database that I was using. There are 3.5 million pages in the full DOJ release. What I showed you today is just what one person found in 1 week.
Wow.
There's so much more, and there are a lot of open threads. Nobody on YouTube has gone through the documents like this. Tucker said that nobody has gone into the genetics methodically. I just did. And this is just the surface. Part 2 goes even deeper. This whole thing is way older than Jeffrey Epstein. Alright guys, make sure you subscribe if you want to see what I find next. And if you find a document that I should look at, make sure you drop the EFTA number in the comments. This is an ongoing investigation, and we're just getting started.
So it seems too that that's probably what they knew would happen, is that there would be these personal investigators, journalistic pursuits that would start to reveal what's in these files. But yeah, great job. See if we can.
A European
fans, you're watching right now.
Oh, Gary V, trying to get in on everything. All right, well, it's a little bit of the mind unveiled. Sharing what he has revealed in the Epstein files. That there's a lot of eugenics involved, potential cloning, for sure genetic modification, and a bit of a God complex with him wanting to to seed the world with his seed. No thanks. I've seen seed far better than that. I hope to God no one's seeding from Epstein. Okay, that's gonna be some weird seed. So don't be walking around bragging that you got some Epstein seed in you. But we got a lot more in the pipeline, folks. Appreciate hanging out during conspiracy night. This is a niche night. Okay, we I went pretty far into the niche. But there's a lot out there, and I would really like to take a look at America Under Trance, a new video that he dropped. And there we are with Erica Kirk. We're at the center. People are saying that she's a clone. There was an Erica Kirk back in the 60s, and that she was created for such a time as this. She was a honeypot. She was part of the pageantry world. And definitely connected with Trump. He was in charge of the pageantry stuff. America, or beauty, what's it called? The world pageantry stuff, where they represent their countries. Okay. Please don't represent me, okay? I don't need to be represented. This isn't a time where we didn't have, we got cameras and we can represent ourselves, okay? But these, these were for a time where we didn't have mass communication and one world government. So these pageantries are outdated. We don't need someone representing us as a country. Okay. I don't want any Olympian to represent me as and why are you guys like so nationalists? Like, there are other things to be excited about than your nation that you had no choice in. Okay, well, why don't you rally against the things that you have control over? That's self-empowerment. Instead, you want to be the sacrifice. Like you're part of a movement. Please stop moving. Be still. That's where God is. But he's got a 1-1. I love it when he does that. He did that with the threes. And I got close. I got close to one where I had let's see where I got here. So he had this one 33333. All right. And as a bit of a homage, I too did. Sorry, I did not tooted. I also did a 333 and then 1. I almost got it, but that was a live stream. Okay, that wasn't an edited video. I had to time that perfectly, and that's pretty dang close, if you ask me, for a live stream. But now he's got one. So, but I don't think I could ever go 1-1-1-1. Yeah. 3 is still too short. Okay, but no, 3s are great. But 1's way too short. And we got a little bit of him coverage. Now, we talked about him and how they might be doing these ambrosia or ichor rituals with some of these professional sport team folk, these sport ball people, sports and religion. So we'll take a look at that as well. A little quasi-colada storyline here too. So that's just a bit that's in the list of the conspiracy night. The comedy is a little dry the past couple of weeks. There's been a few things here and there. Coverage about not Skankfest, but the Legion of Skanks, Dave Smith leaving, crying after he got taken down by Kurt Metzger in that AI song, Shabbat the Goy. But yeah, a lot of fun, folks. I appreciate the hang. If you like conspiracy theories and satirical analysis of the comedians and podcasts, give us a like and a follow. And we go on most evenings and make an evening out of it. Okay, we have a watch later program where we just sit back and watch these shows and make fun of everyone. So thank you very much. We'll do this again. You don't give pop, yeah, long form content. Yeah, we the old lazy river. But we do got we got some Jamie Kennedy. The thing is, folks, I gotta keep it packaged. I would love to jump around and do all different types, but for whatever reason, the old algo just wants it each section. Although, yes, okay, looking forward to more conspiracy nights. Yes, exactly. And it's almost like I need a separate channel for the conspiracy nights, and then have another channel for the watch later comedy sessions. It's messing up my algorithm momentum. I don't see why. It's all the same, but at least that's what I'm learning. So but again, I treat these as my, like my soul nights. Okay, so I enjoy this. Even if I get a hit, if I take a bit of it, and usually there's everything's just really Epstein heavy right now. So I like that they're, it's getting away a bit from the gore and more into the scientific kind of stuff that was going on. Makes it a little bit easier to watch, although it's still very disturbing, of course. But yeah, exactly. They want us to watch this. Yeah. They're only promoting the slop, folks. Okay. But these guys are getting some good numbers, so they're not getting stopped. But I'll say that it's just it's all about training your algorithm. Okay, so if it's used to seeing that there's a personality within the title, and that personality is within the same sphere, the same bubble of the other ones that you're part of, then you get populated within that. But if you veer out from that algorithmic sphere, so, but what they say is, you gotta cast a wide net if you want to get the subs, and then once you got the subs that you need, then you can go niche as much as you want. And I would now, or I do, but I prefer comedy. I prefer laughing than getting freaked out every night. Although I like a good freaking out, but I will always favor comedy and laughing and making fun of someone. So that will be the foundation of this channel. But there ain't anything out there right now, or I'm not finding it. So there's a lot of this now. A lot of wild stuff. Okay, well, I appreciate it. We might take a look at another conspiracy night coming up. Or we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. Let's bring it on over to send you off. heavy stuff. Talking about some heavy stuff. Yeah. I gotta remember to keep it light occasionally. Sometimes I forget that there's comedy in the world. I can't remember the last time I laughed. But every time I look at these imbeciles, I say to myself, oh my God, what are we thinking that comedy is but just this little tiny tyke thinking that he knows how to do gymnastics. Oh, but Kurt Metzger, he's getting pumped by the algorithm. Abrazos ojos, Alex Jones. Mark Novus. Oh my God, these people. This is the mainstream comedy, folks. Wow. I made it. I made it, Mom. I made it on TV. Thanks for another wonderful stream. We'll do it again.